Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honour.
Ms Ward.
Your Honour, this morning will be the Coronial inquiry into the Busby's flat bushfire. I appear as counsel assisting Your Honour in the course of that inquiry, and I understand there's a different appearance today on behalf of the Rural Fire Service.
Yes, Ms Woodland.
Yes, Your Honour. Woodland for the Commission of the Rural Fire Service, the National Parks and Wildlife Service, Forestry Commission of New South Wales, and Fire and Rescue New South Wales for the Kearn Road fire only.
Thank you very much. Leave is granted. Yes, Ms Ward.
Your Honour, these are the opening submissions for the Coronial inquiry into the cause and origin of the Busby's flat bushfire. It's also known as the Wrapfill fire, taking its name from the village of Ratfield, which came under attack from the fire on 8 October 2019. Before outlining some of the evidence that the court will shortly receive, I want to take the opportunity to explain to any community members that are listening into the proceedings online how the hearing fits within a broader inquiry that the court is conducting. Today's hearing focuses upon the cause and the origin of the Busby's flat fire. This is provided for within the Coroners Act of 2009 at section 31, subsection 1. The hearing today does not explore wider issues said to arise in the way individuals and agencies responded to the fire. Whilst I will outline evidence of significant events in the days following the fire's ignition, so as to provide context to Your Honour's cause and origin inquiry, this is not a forum in which to explore why some decisions were or were not made at particular fronts of the fire at particular times. This hearing is one small part of a much bigger series of hearings the court is conducting in order to investigate the cause and origin of a number of fires that burnt across the state in 2019 and 2020. The process of the cause and origin hearings will take about 3 months of actual hearing time in court, although of course there have been additional months of preparation behind the scenes to get to the point of the public hearings. At the conclusion of the cause and origin hearings later this year, the court will review the evidence and issues raised in each individual matter and determine which issues will proceed to further and more detailed consideration through representative case studies. The hearing into representative case studies will occur at this court commencing 5 September 2022. Anyone who seeks more details can watch the opening submissions made by counsel assisting Your Honour on the 25th of August last year via the links available on the Coroners Court of New South Wales website. Other important information is available on the site, including answers to frequently asked questions. Your Honour, I'll now provide some background to the Busby's flat fire. The Busby's flat fire burnt in the Richmond Valley local government area, encompassed within the lands of the Gallipoli people. And of course, we know that even as we conduct these proceedings today, the Richmond Valley LGA is experiencing another natural disaster with flooding. The Busby's flat fire burned for about 2 months and damaged a total area of approximately 51,826 hectares. Most of this was privately owned land. The fire injured at least 7 people. It destroyed or damaged at least 56 homes and 134 other buildings and structures. It killed over 1,000 livestock and destroyed around 3,219 kilometres of fencing. Of course, this is an estimate only. It destroyed 5 kilometres of railway and associated infrastructure and a number of vehicles. It consumed about 14,590 hectares of state forest and national park, with a commensurate loss of native flora and fauna. Fortunately, no lives were lost. This was due in part to luck, but also in large part to individual effort from various homeowners who stayed and were able to defend their property, individual effort from various residents who left early enough to make it to safety and therefore did not need rescuing by authorities, and the collective effort of various local citizens, New South Wales Police and the Rural Fire Service, who came together and protected community members, in particular sheltering at the local Wrapfill school during one of the most dangerous periods of the fire. In terms of the physical scale of the fire, this qualifies as one of the smaller Northern Region fires across the 2019-2020 season. That much tell you, Your Honour, something about the scope of the other fires. The coronial brief of evidence shortly to be tendered shows, however, that this fire was intense and at times travelled at an astonishing pace, fed by dry fuel loads, fanned by unfavourable weather conditions, and further worsened by its own pyrocumulus clouds. And all of this by September in that black summer. All of this by October in that black summer. Conditions didn't suddenly deteriorate in October 2019, leading to the Busby's Flat fire. According to information from the Australian Bureau of Meteorology contained within the brief, severe fire weather conditions became widespread in the northeast of New South Wales in early September and continued to extend throughout the state by December 2019. These conditions were driven by unusually strong westerly winds during spring and early summer. Stepping back and looking at this from a statewide level, the Bureau further observed that the drought leading into the fire season was exceptional in terms of severity, so extremely low rainfall compared to averages, in terms of spatial extent, with drought over almost all of New South Wales, and drought of a prolonged nature, multi-year low rainfall with no relief. The Bureau further say the drought coincided with the warmest period on record by a considerable margin. This combination led to very dry forest and grass fuels across large areas of New South Wales and the ACT. This provides some broad context to the Busby's Flat fire. It wasn't the only fire that the authorities had to contend with in October 2019, and Rural Fire Service crews had already been working hard to protect properties and communities. According to Superintendent Michael Brett, the RFS incident controller for the Busby's Flat fire, brigades across the northern region had a relatively busy lead up to the bushfire danger period, attending to hundreds of fires that were resulting from the extremely dry landscape, which was showing no signs of changing until significant rainfall was to arrive. Brigades had been in campaign mode for several months, and Your Honour, this was with little respite post the previous fire season. As I will outline shortly, the evidence suggests that the Busby's Flat fire commenced on the evening of 4 October 2019 in bushland along the edge of Busby's Flat Road. There was plenty of fuel available, but early efforts the next day were focused upon containment, even though steep terrain along O'Keefe's Road frustrated some early containment plans. According to the officer in charge of the investigation, by the morning of 7 October, the fire was all but controlled. So that's within about a few short days of the fire commencing. However, weather conditions deteriorated later on 7 October 2019 and into 8 October 2019, when the fire reached right into the heart of the village of Ratfield. I will provide further detail shortly. It was around this time that the western front of the Busby's Flat fire merged with the eastern front of the Long Gully Road fire, which had itself commenced weeks earlier to the west in the Tenterfield local government area. An inquiry into the Long Gully Road fire was heard yesterday, along with inquest hearings into the deaths of two people, Gwendolyn Hyde and Robert Lindsay, in the course of the Long Gully Road fire. Today, the court will hear oral evidence in respect of the cause and origin of the Busby's Flat fire. The officer in charge of the investigation, Detective Sergeant Steve Hoffman, will give evidence this morning. The Rural Fire Service fire investigator, Peter Arthur, will give evidence at some later time during Your Honour's hearings this month, given that he is presently caught up in the effects of the flood in the Northern Rivers. The court will also have the benefit of numerous written accounts contained within the brief of evidence from landowners near the point of origin of the fire, from people who first contacted the Triple O to report the fire, local RFS who responded to the fire, and also crews from Casino who were sent to the job early in the piece. There are statements from local police who door-knocked homes advising community members to leave, and statements from locals who took shelter with friends or family, or who travelled to the east to get away from the fire, or who sheltered at the local school in Wrapfill. Your Honour, some of these residents sadly returned home to find that it was gone. The first report of the fire. The Busby's Flat fire is believed to have commenced on 4 October 2019 on the southern side of Busby's Flat Road, about 2 to 3 kilometres west of the intersection with O'Keefe's Road at Busby's Flat. Now, what we've done here, Your Honour, is just brought up onto the screen a Google map which shows the general location around Busby's Flat fire. The red pin represents an approximation of where the fire is believed to have commenced. And Your Honour will see off to the right of that map the village of Ratfield, which was later impacted by the fire. Your Honour will also see the village of Coombar represented to the bottom left of the map. And although that village does not necessarily arise in this fire, Your Honour will know from yesterday that the Long Gully Road fire, which eventually claimed the lives of Gwendolyn Hyde and Robert Lindsay, travelled through the Coombar area and reached their property, remote property in the hills to the east of Coombar. And Your Honour will also hear some evidence today about witnesses travelling along Busby's Flat Road in order to attend a logging site down towards Coombar. The map that will next come up on the screen is a slightly more detailed map that shows a better image of the precise area of origin. All right, if we could just come to the top of that map. I'm going to be asking some questions of the officer in charge about this map because he's prepared and marked it. But Your Honour will see towards the top right-hand side, the approximate area of origin is marked by the red circle. It sits just to the south of Busby's Flat Road and to the west of the intersection between O'Keefe's Road and Busby's Flat Road. According to the officer in charge of the investigation, Your Honour, whilst O'Keefe's Road on that map is recorded as a road, it's more accurately described as an overgrown bush track. Your Honour, in terms of the first report of the fire, the evidence suggests that the fire was first seen at about 9:30 p.m. on 4 October 2019 by a truck driver, Jay Ballard, who was travelling west along Busby's Flat Road towards Coombar. He was on his way to pick up wood chip from a remote logging site in the area. When he first observed the fire, it was burning in grassland on the side of Busby's Flat Road, and was about 4 or 5 metres wide with flames of about 1 metre high at that point. I'm now going to bring up on screen page 281 from the brief, which is from Mr Ballard's statement to Your Honour. And in this, on this page, you can see he's marked with the red pin the approximate area where he says he first saw the fire as he travelled from the east along Busby's Flat Road towards the west-southwest, heading to the woodchip site. Mr Ballard was not able to call 000 at the time that he first saw the fire because he had no mobile phone reception at that location. He continued driving further west, and once he was able to, he made a call. At 9:42 p.m, he rang his boss, intending that his boss would then call 000 and report the existence of the fire. However, there appears to have been a misunderstanding and no call was made to 000 at that time. Sometime later, Mr Ballard, having travelled out to the logging site, filled up and then come back along Busby's Flat Road, Mr Ballard could see the glow of the fire as he travelled down a hill and towards the scene where he had earlier seen the fire. By the time he reached the area where the fire originated, he estimates that it had spread and was now 40 to 50 metres wide and burning in thick scrub. Again, Mr Ballard did not have mobile phone reception, so he continued, this time east, along Busby's Flat Road for 2 or 3 minutes until he had reception, and he rang 000 to report the fire at about 11:41 p.m. So that's roughly 2 hours after he first saw the fire. At about this time, a forestry worker, Mr Clinton Gill, had finished his shift at the same logging site that Mr Ballard had just come from, and Mr Gill was travelling with another workmate from the Coonbar site towards Busby Flat. So Mr Gill is on this trip travelling from the west-southwest along Busby's Road to the east. Mr Gill described the fire when he first saw it as being about 200 metres wide, burning way back into the bush and up into the treetops. Mr Gill also wanted to call 000, but like Mr Ballard, had no mobile phone reception at the scene. So he too continued down Busby's Flat Road and eventually came upon Mr Ballard, who had pulled over to the side of the road to make his call to the authorities. Mr Ballard, being a little unfamiliar with the local area, was having some trouble explaining the precise location of the fire to the 000 operator, who one would assume was also probably unfamiliar with Busby's Flat Road. So Mr Gill took over the phone from Mr Ballard and provided certain details and more precise details about the location of the fire. Your Honour, Mr Gill took these photographs of the fire at around midnight. They are the earliest photos available within the brief of evidence of the Busby's Flat fire. Your Honour can see even from the photos the height of the flames in these fires. Things seem to move relatively quickly once the call taker at 000 had sufficient details of the location of the fire. From within the brief, Your Honour will see that at 11:54 p.m, the captain of the RFS Wrapfill Brigade was contacted, and he arrived at the scene with a member of his crew at about 12:20 a.m. That's early in the morning of the 5th. At this time, the fire had burned approximately 300 to 350 metres along Busby's Flat Road and was moving in a southwesterly direction through inaccessible terrain, away from some of the properties in the area where people lived along Busby's Flat Road, including properties owned by Paul Sybin and by Anna and Tom O'Keefe. Your Honour will see within the brief statements from Anna O'Keefe and Paul Sybin, which talk about what they saw and heard at the scene of the fire at the time of its ignition, but also in the coming days. Moving to the initial response to the fire, the Ratfield Brigade has 6 active members, so it's no surprise that crews from other brigades were also dispatched to reports of a fire along Busby's Flat Road. According to Captain, and heavily timbered country that was inaccessible by vehicle. However, no properties were then threatened by the fire, and once other brigades arrived on scene, they developed a containment plan to execute at daybreak. At about 9 a.m. the next morning, a bulldozer arrived and started work on a firebreak along O'Keefe's Road. This included pushing in firebreaks across the property of Anya and Tom O'Keefe, further along Busby's Flat Road from the Sybin property. Anya O'Keefe, in her statement to the court, says she overheard talk on RFS radio indicating that they were going to conduct backburning on her property. She said they were not consulted in advance and they lost some of the property around their cattle yards as a result of the backburns. So, Your Honour, this is an example of some of the material within the brief raised by local residents, raising certain concerns about things that have happened during the course of firefighting efforts, but which are not going to be investigated in the course of the cause and origin hearings. These are the sort of things that will be considered and further investigated once Your Honour has determined representative case study hearings. So the evidence within the brief suggests that the backburn had linked up to the main fire front by the afternoon of 5 October 2019. By nightfall on 5 October, Captain Neil Burnett says that the fire was burning in an area that was not too heavily vegetated. Meanwhile, Mr. Paul Sybin, who was living on Busby's Flat Road, was monitoring the fire via the Fires Near Me website and keeping an eye on the fire in the vicinity of his property. By about 3 a.m. on 6 October 2019, he thought the fire was too close for comfort. Mr. Sybin packed some things and travelled towards Leeville, stopping at a friend's paddock where he stayed until about 7:30 a.m. He then decided to return to his property at 8 a.m, spoke to the RFS that were nearby and went about his daily routine as best he could. He could hear what he assumed were RFS crews operating bulldozers nearby. Moving then to the deteriorating conditions on 7 and 8 October. In the event, it seems that containment efforts could not withstand changes in excuse me. It's a tickle, not COVID. Containment efforts could not withstand changes in the fire brought on by treacherous weather conditions on 7 and 8 October 2019, including hot, dry conditions with a fresh westerly wind. The weather forecast for 7 October predicted northwesterly wind for most of the day with 10% humidity, a maximum temperature of 38 degrees by 4 p.m, and the chance of a dry thunderstorm in the afternoon. Conditions would only deteriorate from there. Weather data from the nearest Bureau of Meteorology weather station, which admittedly is over at Casino Airport, about 25 kilometres west of Wrapfill village, shows temperatures the following day, 8 October 2019, reached 40.1 degrees with 9% humidity at 1:30 p.m. By 5 p.m, wind gusts had increased to gale force at 63 kilometres per hour. On 7 October 2019, a total fire ban was declared and a fire control centre was set up. Additional crews were brought in. All backburning was suspended and property protection operations began. 2 incident maps were created which predicted the movement of the fire that day. However, the fire ultimately travelled at a speed that was much faster than expected. Firefighting crews held concerns that the fire may spread to the southeast, and at about 1:13 p.m, obtain approval to undertake a tactical backburn to prevent the fire from breaching O'Keefe's Road. This began at about 1:29 p.m, but unfortunately the wind was too strong. And at about 3:03 p.m, the Forestry Corporation of New South Wales reported that the fire had spotted at the drop-off on O'Keefe's Road. I'm going to ask the officer in charge this morning to explain what the drop-off is and where it is. Whilst crews to the north were able to control the spread of the fire quite quickly, fallback options were required for southeast zones. At about 3:30 p.m. on 7 October, Mr Simon, back at his property on Busby's Flat Road, noticed the fire near his property had started again, west of the area that had already burnt. He continued to monitor the situation. He says the following morning the wind shifted. Strong gusts were now blowing in a southerly direction. Mr Simon could see flames and black smoke coming from the south and west of his property. He decided to evacuate again. As things transpired, Mr Simon thankfully survived the fire, but his home did not. In his statement from October of 2019, so only shortly after he lost his home, he said that he was devastated by the loss of his property and he expected it would take a long time to recover from the disaster. By the morning of 8 October 2019, the fire had travelled a considerable distance and two of the proposed containment options had been lost. The fire was moving quickly and farming properties on Old Tenterfield Road were coming under threat earlier than expected. As the fire jumped Old Tenterfield Road, it reportedly split into three distinct fronts. The first travelled in a northeast direction towards the Coombell area. The middle front travelled east and would later impact the Wrapfill village, and the third travelled south towards the Myrtle Creek area. By 11:12 a.m, the alert level for the Busby's Flat Fire was upgraded to emergency warning. Photographs contained in the brief show the scale and intensity of the fire at this point. Your Honour, the first photo comes from page 386 of the brief, and it shows the fire burning east of Wyann Road. The next photo comes from page 388, and this image was taken as the fire jumped Old Tenterfield Road on its way east. Then this image, Your Honour, is said to show a pyrocumulus cloud, which itself was generated by the fire. A video clip recorded by a local resident, Ms. Amanda Crabtree, goes some way to capturing the windy conditions and the scale of the fire. So we'll play a short excerpt now. Over the course of the afternoon of 8 October 2019, properties were impacted. The Tarmac sawmill on Old Tenterfield Road burned to the ground, and we'll play some images from page 407 and 416 of the brief that show the fire at this scene. Your Honour will also see within the brief there's a photo of someone at the old sawmill using one of those front-end loaders to pick up logs and timber that was literally alight and try and move it out of the way. A brick house on Wyann Road exploded into flames just as the RFS arrived to protect it. And that is the photo from page 392 of the brief that Your Honour can see on the screen now. Additional aerial support was requested and 2 large air tankers were deployed to make strategic runs to protect properties where fire crews were working. However, visibility was compromised and the air tankers were redirected to lay retardant lines to the west of Wrapfill should the fire spread that far. Well, it did. Moving then to the attack on Wrapfill. Ratfield village is located about 35 kilometres southwest of Casino. It is home to about 150 to 200 people. It has a pub, a school, a community hall, a post office, a general store and a few churches. The Sydney to Brisbane railway line runs right through the middle of town. We can't fully understand what it must have been like to be in Ratfill on 8 October 2019, but the captain of the Casino Brigade of the Rural Fire Service took this photo of the fire travelling east down Mount Belmore and towards Ratfill. Your Honour, the photo is frankly terrifying. A police officer, Senior Constable Keep, was deployed to assist with road closures at Old Tenterfield Road and saw the fire front travelling quickly towards Ratfill. He returned to the village to start door-knocking residents. The school was opened as an evacuation centre. A local resident, Tracy, and I don't have her surname from the brief, but if she's watching, I hope Tracy knows who she is. Tracy spontaneously offered to help Senior Constable Keep, knowing that she would lose her chance to leave the village before the roads were cut off. At 3 p.m, Senior Constable Keep was advised that the road out of town had been cut. He positioned himself near the exit route to stop anyone else from leaving the village. Tracy told him that they used to ring the local church bell to alert people to danger. He asked her to do this, and she did. At one point, Senior Constable Keep received a broadcast that a child was missing. Tracy provided him with local knowledge about where the child lived, and they attended the area together. Other people were also involved in looking for the child. Senior Constable Keep and Tracy spoke to nearby residents who luckily had already found the child trying to make his way to Ratfill with his pets. Senior Constable Keep and Tracy drove the child to school whilst another resident took care of the animals. Others in town had the same idea to help with the evacuation of local residents and their neighbours. David Henderson, our Senior Constable with New South Wales Police, was not working that day, but is an RFS volunteer, and in that capacity, he responded to an RFS call to travel to Ratfill. He was with Steve Garbett and John Paisley, and once on scene, he also worked with Gary Marshall from the Wrapfill RFS. Your Honour, Gary would ultimately lose his own home during this fire, whilst he was helping to protect people sheltering at the school. They were also assisted by another local, Robin Marsh. I have mentioned these people because from the statements within the brief, we know how their actions, even though they may have themselves been scared at times, how their actions helped save many people in Ratfill. But there are no doubt other people who also worked quietly and quickly and contributed to efforts to save their community. We might not know their names, but we should acknowledge their actions nonetheless. Over the next few hours, some 42 residents would seek shelter at the school. One RFS vehicle, Wairala 1, was based at the school to defend it and the people sheltering there. The school came under ember attack, causing nearby trees to catch alight, but the school didn't burn. Lives were saved. Some images will shortly be played of the fire in Ratfill and surrounding areas, including Myrtle Creek. And if local residents are watching and don't wish to see any of the photographs from Ratfill, they should now look away. We're going to start, Your Honour, with page 422 from the brief. This image shows the eastern side of the Wrapfill village with the school at the top towards the centre. You can see where the road travels from the left-hand side of the photo through towards the right and then turns round a bend to the left. And the school is located in that paddock near the bend. Your Honour can see from this photo how close the main part of the fire came to the school, and we know also that there was fire in the trees nearby. At about 3:30 p.m, the fire front began to impact the southwestern side of the village, creating very hot, strong wind and dense smoke. Over the next hour, several homes were lost, as was the community hall, and a building which looks like a local church, but I'm not sure if it was being used as a church or as a residence at the time. So here we have page 451 of the brief, and we're now going to play some of the photos from Wrapfill Centre itself, showing the buildings and loss within the town. That's the building that I've identified to Your Honour looks like a church because it's still got the cross at the front. But I think Your Honour will see from some photographs within the brief, and we'll hear from the OIC, that it might have been someone's residence at the time. And again, Your Honour, at page 448 of the brief, I understand that's a photo of the community hall burning, but the officer in charge will help us understand the fate of the community hall. Your Honour, David Henderson has provided some striking details in his statement. He was the off-duty police officer who came in as a volunteer RFS crew member. He describes bats falling dead from the sky due to the heat and fire. He talks about horses and kangaroos running down streets in the village, clearly terrified. He saw a possum climbing a burning power pole in order to try and get away from the fire that was on the ground. And he says that at one point, houses to the north, south, east and west of him were on fire within the village. We're now, Your Honour, going to play an extract from a video taken by some of the police officers that were tasked to Wrapfill on the day, and as they drive around town responding to the emerging emergency. So you see the rail line that cuts through the village. One of the pubs in town on the right-hand side. As it spread east, the fire crossed the Sydney to Brisbane railway line, damaging about 5 kilometres worth of railway and associated infrastructure. It moved into the Ellangowan, Myrtle Creek and Bunga areas. Several more properties were lost as the fire continued to burn with intensity well into the night. And we're now going to show the photo of a Myrtle Creek dwelling that was sadly lost to the fire. This is drawn from page 403 of the brief. If Your Honour would just excuse my back. Your Honour, I had moved along too quickly. There is a second video that we wanted to play at this stage, and it's a video from David Henderson. If we've got it up and running, I'll ask that that be played now. might have another go at that. Your Honour, it was later on this day that the Long Gully Road fire to the west broke a containment line and quickly spread east, crossing the Clarence River and the Clarence Way and joining the western heel of the Busby's Flat fire, so late on 8 October 2019. We're now going to show an image in court taken from the statement of the officer in charge of the investigation and contained at page 30 of the brief. We have the, let's come up to the map. All right, it's difficult to make sense of this without any markings to guide us, but what you can see is the Clarence River on the left-hand side of the map, and in the centre, towards the centre of the map, you can see where the two fires have actually joined into one fire front. So that's the centre moving right across to the right-hand side. Fire progression mapping contained within the brief shows the staggering speed at which the fire moved, particularly between 7 and 9 October 2019. So we'll try to demonstrate this by firstly showing the fire progression mapping for 7 October 2019, at which point we understand by 3:10 p.m. on that day, the fire had burnt about 438 hectares. This is taken from page 324 of the brief. So that's the 7th of October. Then when we move to the map on page 325, this is the next day, 8 October. And Your Honour can see how far the Busby's Flat fire has progressed to the east-southeast. And you can also see the reach of the Long Gully Road fire coming over and having passed through Coonbar. Within the brief, Your Honour will receive evidence suggesting that by about 9:43 in the morning on 8 October, the Busby's Flat fire had spread to about 13,000, I'll withdraw that, from late at night at about 10:56 p.m. on the 8th of October. That fire at Busby's Flat had spread to about 13,000 hectares. And then when we move to the fire progression map at page 326 of the brief, here it is. This is the map for 9 October, and you can see that the Busby's Flat fire has merged with the Long Gully Road fire, travelling over from the west. So the Long Gully Road fire has travelled in an easterly direction and merged with the western heel of the Busby's Flat fire, but the Busby's Flat fire itself has also pushed further over towards the east-southeast. From 9 October 2019, the fire continued to burn for a few weeks until solid containment options could be implemented, and it was not declared out until 4 December 2019. Moving then to the investigation into the cause of the fire. The investigations into the cause and origin of the fire did not need to wait until the fire was extinguished. On 5 October 2019, a fire investigator from the RFS, Mr. Peter Arthur, attended the general area of origin to investigate the cause of the fire. Your Honour will hear from Mr. Arthur at some point during these hearings, but not today. He'll be asked about the nature of his investigation and the conclusions he reached. Suffice to say, whilst the lawyers might refer to a cause and origin investigation, it might be more accurately described as an origin and cause investigation in the way it's conducted by the fire investigators. This is because investigators don't start with an immediate look for the cause of the fire. They start with a search for the origin of the fire. Where did the fire most likely commence, and what do the indicators in the likely area of origin suggest as a possible cause? Here from his statement and report within the brief, the court will see that Mr. Arthur was able to speak to Neil Burnett, the captain of the Wrapfill Brigade, who remained on scene and was able to give an account of what he saw when he first arrived at the fire. Mr. Arthur was then able to walk the fire scene and to read macro and micro indicators, suggesting to him the path which the fire had taken. He was able to trace those indicators from a general area of origin to a specific area of origin and therefore become more refined in his investigation and ultimately reach a point of origin by the side of Busby's Flat Road. As he investigated the scene, Mr. Arthur found no evidence of campfires or debris burning. There were no rail corridors running near the fire area, and weather data revealed no lightning strike activity in the area in recent days. Whilst there were power lines in the vicinity, they were still in good condition and intact, so that too was eliminated as a cause of the fire. Mr. Arthur found an old cigarette lighter at the scene, but some 18 metres to the south of the point of origin of the fire. He examined the lighter and determined that it was old, and in his view, it had been discarded a long time prior to the start of the fire. He'll be asked some questions about that cigarette lighter when he gives further evidence. What Mr. Arthur did find at the suspected point of origin of the fire were pieces of shredded rubber and rubber marks on Busby's Flat Road that appeared to him to have come from a car tyre. So we're going to play some of these photos in court now. Firstly, from page 143 of the brief, you'll see one of the photographs of one of the rubber marks on the road in relation to the point of origin. And then some other photos taken of what appeared to be a piece of rubber tyre tread found close to the point of origin. Other pieces of rubber that to Mr. Arthur appeared to have been shredded from a tyre, and yet more pieces of what might be tread from a blown tyre. Mr. Arthur also found steel wire at what he had already determined might be the ignition point of the fire. This led him to form the view that the bushfire ignited about 1.5 metres from the edge of the bitumen on the eastern side of Busby's Flat Road, when steel belting from a piece of shredded tyre ignited the dry, crisp grass and leaf matter at the scene, leaving behind some oxidised wire. He says that the oxidised wire is an indicator of extreme heat. So what we have displayed here from page 146 of the brief is one of the photos, firstly of the point of origin that Mr. Arthur said represents the precise point at which the fire ignited, which also contains the oxidised wire, which he hypothesises has come from a car tyre. And then that is the oxidised wire in close-up. Again, Your Honour, when Mr Arthur is able to give evidence during the course of these hearings, he will be asked about the reasoning process that underpins his conclusion about the relevance of the rubber marks on the road, the shredded rubber at the scene, and the oxidised wire found at the point of origin. The officer in charge of the investigation, Detective Sergeant Hoffman, does not go so far as Mr Arthur in considering the cause of the fire. He holds that the fire was caused by an unintentional human act, that is, there is no evidence that an intentional act started the blaze. But Detective Sergeant Hoffman says the nature of that unintentional human act cannot be positively ascertained. As referred to earlier within the brief, Your Honour will find a statement from Mr Seiden of Busby's Flat Road. He says that at about 11 p.m. on 4 October 2019, he heard what sounded like a vehicle revving its engine in a stationary position. The sound was coming from the direction of Old Tenterfield Road to the east of his property. He heard the vehicle travel west past his property along Busby's Flat Road with excessive revving between gear changes as it went by. At one point, the noise level dropped, and Mr Seiden attributed this to the bend in Busby's Flat Road after the O'Keefe Road intersection and the barrier formed by the trees along the road. But about 3 to 4 minutes later, he says he heard the vehicle travel back the other way, and then he went to bed soon afterwards. This observation from Mr Seiden comes about 90 minutes after we know Mr Ballard first observed the fire, but relatively close in time to Mr Ballard seeing the fire for a second time later in the evening. This was also relatively close in time to Mr Clinton Gill's account of driving west along Busby's Flat Road with a colleague and seeing what looked like an old white dual cab Toyota Hilux with headlights on coming towards him. Mr Gill had to flash his lights at this driver to get them to dip their lights, and it was not long after this that he would see fire and found Mr Ballard on the phone to 000 at the side of the road. So we have Mr Seiden's account of hearing what he thought was a car excessively revving gear changes as it went past. And we also have Mr Gill driving in a westerly direction, coming from the west, heading towards the east along Busby's Flat Road at around that time and seeing a Toyota Hilux coming in the opposite direction. On the brief, on the screen now, we have page 285 of the brief. This is an extract from Mr Gill's statement where he marks the general location of the Toyota Hilux when he dipped his headlights to get the driver of that Hilux to dim their lights. It's hard to see on the screen. It's better in the hard copy in the brief, but Your Honour might be able to see a red circle just to the edge there of Busby's Flat Road, and it's got a cross in the middle. If Your Honour will just excuse me. I'm going to clarify with the officer in charge of the two markings on that map, which one it is that Mr Gill suggests represented the general location of the Toyota Hilux. Your Honour, I'll just make now a final observation before these submissions finish and we call the officer in charge. Given the intensity of this fire and the speed at which it travelled, it seems a miracle that no lives were lost. At its peak, 450 people were fighting the blaze. Together, they managed to evacuate the town of Wrapfill and were able to save 466 homes. That's across the fireground. I've already referred to Senior Constable David Henderson, who was working as a volunteer firefighter and attended Wrapfill when the village was hit. He suffered a severe burn to his right eye from an ember whilst fighting the fire. He received first aid at the school from Senior Constable Keep and persisted with carrying on fighting the fire. Senior Constable Henderson also managed to capture the video footage of 2 homes on fire in the Ratfield village, which we will now play. Your Honour, these videos give us only a small sense of the speed and intensity of the fire, as well as the conditions on the ground. At about 10:30 p.m, Senior Constable Henderson attended hospital and was diagnosed with a first-degree burn to his cornea and eyelid. We understand from the officer in charge that he has since made a recovery from those injuries. I'm going to close with some of Senior Constable Henderson's comments from his statement, because he commends the Wairala 1 RFS crew working under Steve Garbett, and he said they saved the Ratfield school from burning down. He said this could have caused around 40 fatalities, and he says that the crew from Wairala 1 carried out their work under extraordinarily dangerous conditions that threatened their own lives. I'll conclude now by noting that the same applies to many others at the scene of the Ratfield fire, but also at other scenes across the fire ground as a result of the Busby's Flat fire. Your Honour, I'll now tender the coronial brief into the Busby's Flat fire. It's 2 lever arch folders, and I understand we should be up to exhibit number 29A.
Yes, 29A, thank you, Ms Ward.
Your Honour, I call Detective Sergeant Steve Hoffman.
Yes, we have Detective Hoffman on the screen. Can you see and hear us?
I can, Your Honour.
Well, you'll just hear from the court officer. Thank you.
Silence, please. Do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, please say I do.
I do.
Thank you.
Would you state your full name, rank and station?
Yeah, Stephen Hoffman, Detective Sergeant. I'm currently attached to the Domestic Violence High Risk Offenders team at Coffs Harbour.
You are the officer in charge of the coronial investigation into the fire known as the Busby's Flat fire, is that right?
Yes, correct.
And where were you stationed at the time that you commenced the investigation into that fire?
At Casino Criminal Investigation Unit at Casino Police Station.
In that capacity, you've prepared a statement to assist the court, signed on the 8th of November 2019, is that correct?
Yes, correct.
And do you have a copy of that with you?
Yes, I do.
You are also the officer in charge of the coronial investigations into the deaths of Gwendolyn Hyde and Robert Lindsay, who died in the course of the Long Gully Road fire, is that right?
Yes, that's right.
I wanted to ask you some questions, Sergeant. Firstly, to help orientate the court to the scene of the likely area of origin for the Busby's Flat bushfire, I'm just going to ask for the map that's contained within page 14 of the brief to be brought up on screen. And Sergeant, this is the map that you include in your statement at tab 37. Not tab 37, I'm sorry, paragraph 37, which is tab 2, page 14. Sergeant, can you see the map when it's displayed on the screen?
Yes, I can now, yes.
All right. Can you just roughly orientate us to the map and the various roads and markings that you've included there?
Sure. So the road that runs sort of along the top, curls around the top, is Busby's Flat Road. So Wrapfill itself is sort of directly to the east of that. O'Keefe's
So is that
Road,
off the map?
correct, yes, off the map. It's a considerable distance east, that's right.
Yes.
The township of Casino, or the large township of Casino, is a significant way to the northeast of the map, off the map as well. The small circle to the top right-hand corner of that map is the approximate area of origin of the fire on Busby's Flat Road. Just to the east of that, sort of difficult to see on the map I can look at, but there's a small road that runs initially sort of southwest and then more towards the west. That's O'Keefe's Road, which is, while it's called a road, it's really not much of a road. It's more of an overgrown bush, a bush track that was relatively impassable, certainly on the night of the 4th. Moving
is that
towards,
a sealed road? I'm sorry, I just interrupted. Is O'Keefe's Road's not sealed, but is Busby's Flat
yes.
sealed all the way?
Yeah, Busby's Flat Road is a sealed road for the duration of what's shown on the map.
Yes.
At a particular point off the map towards the west, it does become unsealed for a period of time, but not on this map. Moving further towards the left of the map, or the west, is another road that runs from the top to the bottom, or north to the south, and it's marked on there as North Belmore Road. So North Belmore Road again is a very small, rough, unsealed road, and North Belmore Road and O'Keefe's Road do essentially, as far as the gazetted roads go, they do link up towards the I think it's actually off the map, or in the very bottom left-hand corner of that map. They do join, but again, by the time that the particular area where those two roads link up is just extremely isolated and dense, thick scrub, steep country, and it's not in any way a road where you can just sort of turn down and drive down. And in fact, in the bottom left-hand corner there, I put another circle, which is the approximate area of a location known as the drop-off.
Yes.
The drop-off is an area on O'Keefe's Road where it's, as the name would suggest, it's an area where the road drops away. It essentially is a small cliff, I guess, where if you're travelling from O'Keefe's Road from north to south, you get to the point and you're up high and you can't get any further. And if you're coming from the south to the north, you essentially get to the bottom of the cliff and you can't continue up O'Keefe's Road. So it's effectively a cliffed area on O'Keefe's Road that makes continued passage down O'Keefe's Road by vehicle impossible.
Right. From within the brief, we understand that some of the witnesses to the early stages of the fire were working at a logging site out towards the township of Coonbar. That's not marked on this map, is it?
No, that's further west or north.
Further west.
Yeah.
We also understand from the brief that along Busby's Flat Road, there are a number of rural residential properties. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct. That's correct. Busby's Flat Road, until it starts to get to that North Belmore Road area, is largely certainly on the northern side of Busby's Flat Road. and then further east is largely farmland, and so there's a lot of graziers and other local farmers in the area. As you get further west, it ends up going into the like the North Belmore or the Belmore Mount Belmore forest area and the Coombar forest area, and it becomes quite steep, forested bushland and scrub.
Does that mean that for at least along that part of Busby's Flat Road where there are farming properties located off the road, there's likely to be residential traffic, people coming and going through the course of their day?
Yes, correct.
But is there much through traffic along Busby's Flat Road further to the west, given that you've told the court this morning that in some parts it falls away to an unsealed road?
No, there's not a lot of through traffic. But Busby's Flat Road is I'd say, relatively major road for that area. Certainly not major by any sort of large town perspective, but it does service a lot of other properties. So that north, as you continue up Busby's Flat Road up into the mountains, there are lots of other farmers further up that road, and in fact it goes all the way up into Coombar, where going by Robert Lindsay is one of the accesses into their property. So there are lots of other properties up in there, but it becomes increasingly remote the further you go up. Certainly to the stage of O'Keefe's Road general area, it's largely there's quite a lot of graziers and farms in that area, and the further west you get, the more remote it does get, and traffic quantity would certainly drop away significantly.
So a number of people with perfectly legitimate reasons to be driving back and forth along Busby's Flat Road.
Yes, that's right. Yes, there would be.
All right. We're particularly interested here in traffic along the road on the evening of 4 October 2019. Was that the Friday night of the October long weekend?
Yes, it was.
In the course of your investigation, has anyone suggested to you that there was probably a bit more traffic than normal because it was the long weekend?
Yes, Anya O'Keefe resides in a property just on the southern side of Busby's Flat Road near the O'Keefe's Road intersection, and she did explain that there was, and quite often is on that long weekend, increased traffic. It's very pretty. So there's some very pretty areas up in the Mount Belmore forest area, and she has observed over previous years and including this year increases in traffic, people going up into that area to camp and for day trips and things like that.
After you took over responsibility for the cause and origin investigation, did you make some attempts via media releases to get anyone that had driven along Busby's Flat Road that night to contact police? Yes,
we did. We did some media releases, and we released some media releases as well, I guess, on Facebook, calling for anyone that might have been in that area at the time to come forward. We didn't have anyone further than we'd already identified.
And just finally, we understand that one of the witnesses, and indeed the first witness to the fire, was driving a logging truck back and forth from a wood chipping site at Coombar, but going through to a sugar mill at Broadwater. Where's Broadwater?
Broadwater is close to the coast, to the east, quite a significant distance to the east. So Broadwater is very close to Evans Head, just north of Evans Head. So by road, it's roughly I think something in the order of about 100 kilometres from the O'Keefe's Road. It's about 80 kilometres from Ratfield to Broadwater by road, and then which is largely that's all sealed road, and it's not too bad to travel on. And then it's something in the order of about 20 kilometres from Ratfield towards to the area of origin of the fire, and then another 10 to 15 kilometres up into the logging site again.
All right. So a circuit from the logging site to the mill in Broadwater and back again is going to take, what, a couple of hours, over an hour?
Yeah, so from the logging site to Broadwater would take at least an hour and a half, possibly a little bit more, particularly in a truck. It'd be incredibly slow coming down the mountain. Once they get to Wrapfill, it'd be largely pretty simple driving, but it'd be at least an hour and a half.
All right. And then could I just have the map brought up again, please, Tanith? Just in terms of the witnesses who you interviewed and who live along Busby's Flat Road, I'm just going to have your map brought back up, and it might not have the detail that you need, Sergeant, but just doing the best you can. Could you explain where, firstly, the Cyburn property was?
Yeah, so the Cyburn property is, I don't think you can quite see it on that map, but it's to the very top right-hand corner of that map. And it would be just off the edge of that map, I would think. So his property is fair way off Busby's Flat Road, and largely surrounded by in the middle of the bush. So I'm pretty sure it's just off the edge of that map.
Okay.
So
So,
you might be
and
able
it's set back from the road, you said?
Yeah, that's right. You might actually just be able to see it in the middle. There's a very small little clearing up in the top right-hand corner.
Yes, I think I can see that.
Yes, I think, as best as I can tell, that's Mr. Simon's property there.
All right. And then what about the O'Keefe property?
So it's just further to the north of that, right at the top of the map, and it's a bigger clearing on the edge of the road, very close to Busby's Flat Road.
All right, and presumably close to the intersection with O'Keefe's Road.
Right on the intersection of O'Keefe's Road and Busby's Flat Road.
Thank you. I want to now ask you some questions, Sergeant, about the cause and origin investigation. Broadly, do you agree that in terms of trying to establish the likely time when the Busby's Flat fire started, we're really focusing on three key witnesses, Mr. Ballard, Mr. Gill and Mr. Seibin?
Yes, correct.
We'll come back to Mr. Ballard's evidence in a little more detail in a moment, but he's the fellow that was driving the truck to and from the wood chip site out near Coonbar, and then heading back and forth along Busby's Flat Road as he delivers the chips to the mill in Broadwater. Have I got him right?
Yes, that's right.
Clinton Gill then is another worker from the Forestry Enterprises Development Corporation, and he's travelling from the west, heading east along Busby's Flat Road, and ultimately meets up with Mr. Ballard for the purposes of the O call.
Yes, that's correct.
All right. And then Mr. Seibin, you've explained that he lives on Busby's Flat Road about 50 metres back from the road. Can you just give a broad outline of his evidence to you so far as it goes to what he did or didn't see, but what he says he heard on the night of the fire starting?
Yeah, sure. So he lives, as you said, to the east of O'Keefe's Road. So he hears later in the night, something around 11 p.m, a vehicle that he described as revving its engine in a stationary position. He describes that as being towards the intersection of Old Tenterfield Road and Busby's Flat Road. So that is a fairly significant distance east of the area of origin of the fire. He hears the vehicle revving its engine in a stationary position and then accelerating with excessive engine revving in a westerly direction past his place, so travelling from Old Tenterfield Road towards O'Keefe's Road. Past his place, as it approaches or goes past his place on O'Keefe's Road, there's a bend in Busby's Flat Road. There's actually two bends. He hears the vehicle engine quieten down, which he associates with likely having to slow down for the approaching corners, and then doesn't hear the vehicle in any significant capacity again for a period of time, and then hears that same vehicle travelling back along Busby's Flat Road in the other direction. So presumably it's turned around somewhere on Busby's Flat Road and is now travelling back past his place and back towards essentially Ratfield.
Did he tell you that he had seen anything associated with this revving car?
No, he couldn't see anything, and in fact, his house is pretty well surrounded by bushland, and you can't see down into Busby's Flat Road.
And did he tell you anything about otherwise seeing anyone doing anything at the site that might be suspicious for fire ignition?
No, not at all.
We know that you've taken a statement, at least from Anya O'Keefe and her family living further along Busby's Flat Road. Did Ms O'Keefe report hearing anything like a car revving or an unusual traffic noise on that night?
No, she didn't report hearing anything until she was woken by the RFS in the early hours of the morning. And her place is actually quite close to the road. Mr. Syburn's is a 50 or so metres off the road. Hers is quite close to Busby's Flat Road.
Mr. Syburn records first hearing the noise further to the east of his property, and the O'Keefe property is to the west of his property. Is that right?
That's correct. Yes, that's right.
So it would be an even greater distance for Anya O'Keefe or her husband to have heard the noise that Mr. Syburn records hearing.
Yes, that's right.
Do you know through your work based up at Casino whether that part of Busby's Flat Road is particularly well known as some sort of drag racing site?
No, it's not. Not to say that it's impossible for it to be used, obviously, but it's certainly not an area that's well known for that sort of activity or behaviour, as far as I'm aware. No.
Thank you. Your Honour, I'm about to just start taking the officer through the detail of what the witnesses actually saw, but I'm wondering if that's a convenient time.
Yes, we'll take the morning adjournment now and resume at 12.
Sorry, Silence, please, I'll stand. Coroners Court has resumed.
Yes, Ms Ward.
Thank you, Your Honour. Sergeant, I wanted to ask you some questions now about the evidence that you obtained from Mr Ballard. If you have a copy of your statement there, could you turn to page 34 using the numbers in the brief, or the numbering within your statement, it's page 30?
Sure, yes.
And do you see that you there summarise the evidence that Mr Ballard gave as the first person to see the fire?
Yes, correct.
He reports seeing the fire on the first occasion at sometime around 9:30 p.m. Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
But was this on his second trip of the shift, where he's already had one trip from the wood chipping site out to Broadwater?
Correct.
And
Unloaded his truck at Broadwater, and then he's travelling back to the logging site to do a second load.
All right. Did he say anything to you about having seen any sign of fire on that earlier trip?
No,
Earlier in
no,
the
he
shift?
hasn't seen any sign of fire at all.
So it would follow, wouldn't it, that we can conclude that the fire ignited sometime around or prior to 9:30 p.m.
Yeah, certainly prior to 9:30, and just off his description of the fire, I would assume not too long before 9:30.
All right, well, if we can turn to the description of the fire that he gives, could you turn over to page 35 of the brief, and it's page 40 using the numbering in, so page 31 of 1, 2, 3 using your numbering.
Sure.
And you see at paragraph 81, you say that when Mr Ballard first saw the fire, he thought it was about 4 or 5 metres wide and about 6 metres into the bush off the side of the road.
Yes, correct.
So describing a fire of that size at that point in time, does that suggest to you it's relatively early in the fire's infancy?
Yeah, given the descriptions and how the land and the grass around the roadside was at that time of the year, at that particular time, I would say that suggests that it is a fairly recent ignition.
I should check with you, were there likely to have been other trucks working that route from the wood chipping site through to Broadwater on that day? Do you know?
My understanding is he was the only truck actually carting the wood chip that night.
All right, thank you. So we have this sighting from Mr Ballard of the fire sometime around 9:30 p.m, but nothing from Mr Sybin suggesting he was aware of fire in the area at that time. Is that right?
No, that's correct, yes.
So if Mr Sybin is correct and the car that he heard on Busby Flat Road that was doing the revving was heard at around 11 p.m, that car was passing along Busby's Flat Road some 1.5 hours after the fire started. Is that a fair conclusion?
Yes, if his timing is accurate, that's right.
And if his timing is accurate, it means that that car is not linked to the ignition of the fire.
Yes, that's correct.
Now, coming back to your statement at paragraph 83, you refer to Mr Ballard when he first sees the fire, not having mobile phone coverage, and then when he gets that coverage, he makes a call to his boss and asks his boss to ring the fire brigade.
Yes, that's correct.
Do you have any more information about why that didn't happen?
It was just a breakdown in communication between him and his boss. He intended for his boss to ring the fire brigade, and his boss interpreted it as a phone call saying that he had that Jai Ballard had rung the fire brigade and he was just giving him a ring so he could warn other people in the area potentially.
All right, thank you. And you say in your statement that that call was made at 9:42 p.m.
Yes, correct.
Where does that time marking come from?
That comes from phone activity on Jai Ballard's phone. So while I was getting the statement, he looked up the time that he'd actually made that phone call, and that was the time recorded in his phone.
So that gives the court, does it not, a timestamp that Her Honour can use to try and fit together the timeline working backwards from the time of that call?
Correct. I would say that's a very accurate timestamp to reference off.
And then just for the benefit of people who might be watching on but haven't seen your statement or Mr. Ballard's statement, what does he do after he's made this telephone call to his boss and on his version suggested that his boss should call the authorities about the fire?
He continued up the mountain to the logging site, which is a significant distance and along quite some narrow dirt roads, up into the logging site up in Coonbar, on Coonbar Road. He then parks his logging truck there and it's loaded with a fresh load of wood chip from the logging site. And then he essentially turns around and makes his way back down from the logging site at Coonbar with the intention of travelling back through to Broadwater to unload it again.
And he sees the fire for a second time on this return trip, is that right?
That's correct.
And did he tell you anything about how much the fire had grown in the intervening period?
Yeah, he said that he was surprised how much it had grown and expanded and spread in what he's described as a relatively short period of time, something in the order of an hour and a half to 2 hours between when he first saw it and when he came back down the mountain. He was quite surprised at how it had increased in size.
What did he do next after seeing that fire for the second time?
Yeah, so as he came back down the hill, noticed how big it was and noticed that there was nobody there, i.e. no RFS crews or anything like that there. He again decided to ring 000 himself. Again, he had no phone service at the site of the fire, so he continued driving east on Busby's Flat Road until he got mobile phone service. When he got mobile phone service, he pulled over onto the side of the road and he rang 000 to report the fire.
Were you able to obtain the 000 records for that call?
Yes, I obtained the call records and also the recording of the phone call.
And that evidence corroborates, does it not, firstly, the fact of a telephone call being made by Mr. Ballard?
Yes.
And secondly, the time of that call?
Yes, correct.
At about 11:49 p.m. on the 4th of October?
Yes, that's correct.
Mr. Ballard's account of pulling over and making that call to 000 is also corroborated by some evidence you obtained from Mr. Clinton Gill. Is that right?
Yes.
And could you just briefly summarise Mr. Gill's evidence to you?
Yeah, Mr. Gill was working in the same logging site as Mr. Ballard with some other logging contractors as well. He wasn't due to finish work until the early hours of the morning, but they had a machinery issue, so he finished a little bit earlier after Mr. Ballard had left the logging site to travel back. They packed up their equipment and he was travelling down Busby's Flat Road, heading back towards Wrapfill, I guess, again. And as he came, in a similar manner to Mr. Ballard, as he came down the mountain, he noticed the glow of a fire. Oh, sorry, I'm jumping here a little bit. As he came down the mountain still on the dirt part of Busby's Flat Road, he passed he saw an old Toyota Land Cruiser type vehicle coming towards him on Busby's Flat Road. He had to flash his headlights to get that vehicle to dip its headlights, and he passed that vehicle. As he continued a little bit further down the hill, travelling east, he saw the glow of a fire. And as he got to the general area of origin where that fire started on Busby's Flat Road, just west of O'Keefe's Road, he saw what he described as a fairly significant bushfire burning well back off the road into the Lantana and burning up into the tops of trees. He continued, again, he didn't see anyone else at the site. He continued travelling east, knowing he's a bit more familiar. The area is a bit more familiar to him. He's lived in the area for a while. So he knew he didn't have any phone service. However, he knew it wasn't too far down the road before he would get some. So he continued east to an area I think he called Turner's Flat from memory, where he knew he would have phone service with the intention of ringing 000. As he got to the location where he knew he would get phone service, he saw a truck that he recognised as being Jai's truck. And in fact, it was Jai Ballard pulled up on the side of the road making the 000 phone call himself.
All right. Well, just before we get to that, what they do when they meet up on the side of the road, can I come back to the fact that he recorded seeing a Hilux vehicle heading along Busby's Flat Road, heading west as he's travelling towards the east. I'm just going to ask for a map to be shown on the screen that Mr. Gill marked and that you have annexed to his statement.
Sure.
And I just, I think I probably confused everyone in the opening. It's difficult to see on the screen, Sergeant, but can you see two red circles marked towards the centre right of the map along Busby's Flat Road?
Yes, correct, there is.
And Mr. Gill has marked one of the circles with an X inside it.
That's right.
Was that Mr. Gill marking the spot with the X as the spot where he saw the Hilux?
Yes, that's correct.
And then the circle towards the right-hand side of that map, what does that represent?
That represents the area where the bushfire was burning when he saw it.
And again, bearing in mind the size of the fire by the time Mr. Gill comes upon the scene, it is unlikely that anyone in that Hilux that he's seen only a short time beforehand is implicated in the ignition of the fire, merely because the Hilux was seen there some hours later.
Correct. I would agree with that. Yes.
And in fact, there are any number of legitimate reasons that someone might be driving a Hilux along that road, including people who live along the road on their way home, or others who might be going off camping for the long weekend.
Yes, that's correct.
So the fact that we've taken this evidence from Mr. Gill does not suggest that anyone driving a Hilux along that road is necessarily implicated in the cause of the fire.
No, that's correct. And I think in Mr. Gill's statement, he also describes that by the time he saw the fire along the roadside had already pretty well burned itself out, and it was clear that it had been burning for some considerable period of time to burn further up into the scrub and get as big as it had by that stage.
Yes. Now, in your summary of Mr. Gill's evidence, you'd reached the point where he joins Mr. Ballard on the side of the road for the purposes of Mr. Ballard making a call to 000.
Yes.
And is it fair to say that Mr. Gill, then being more familiar with the area, took over the call and provided some more detailed instructions to the call taker to enable them to dispatch emergency services?
Yes, that's correct.
As a result of the evidence that you've investigated from Mr. Bollard, Mr. Gill and Mr. Seiden, are you satisfied that the Busby's Flat bushfire started sometime around the evening of 4 September? Have I got the date right? Is it 4 September? 5?
October, yeah.
October.
Yeah, 4th
Sorry, Your
October.
Honour, I'm just getting my fires mixed up. I'm so sorry. Let me not lead you. Could you just help us out? Can you give an estimate of the likely time and date that the fire commenced?
Sure. So I believe, based on what you've just summarised there, that the fire started sometime shortly before 9:30 p.m. on the 4th of October 2019.
Thank you. I want to now just ask you some questions about the Rural Fire Service fire investigation. Sergeant, can I ask you to turn up page 102 of 123 using the numbering of your statement? And Fiona and those at the bar table, it's page 106 of the brief.
Thank you.
Yes.
Sergeant, you there summarise the involvement of Mr. Peter Arthur, the RFS fire investigator who attended the scene on the 5th of October. Do you agree
Yes.
with that?
Yes, that's correct.
Were you there for any part of his scene investigation?
No, I wasn't. No. Given that it was a relatively new ignition and was just a bushfire burning without any threat to properties at that stage, the police had no notification or knowledge of it.
Now, accepting that you're not a fire investigator yourself, but the detective investigating the cause and origin, I want to give you an opportunity to respond to some of the potential causes that Mr. Arthur has excluded in his report.
Sure.
And you can see that he lists these at paragraph 309. So firstly, he says power lines were present and in good condition, therefore eliminated as a cause. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
He says there was no sign of campfires having been used at the point of origin. Would you agree that can be eliminated as a cause?
Yes, I do.
Now, he says that there was no evidence that smoking was a contributing cause, but he did find evidence of a cigarette lighter found approximately 18 metres away from the point of origin. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And do you know whether or not that cigarette lighter was in working condition?
No, I don't. I don't know the extent of his examination of the cigarette lighter, and it was never seized or retained as an exhibit at the time.
All right. So not something that you've examined yourself?
No, correct.
All right. So is this a fair summary that a cigarette lighter was found approximately 18 metres from the point of origin, but you haven't examined it for yourself? But there was otherwise no evidence that smoking was a contributing cause. And by that, I mean no evidence of cigarette butts or anything else at the point of origin?
Correct. It's my understanding that other than the cigarette lighter there was no other evidence of any smoking activity like cigarette butts or anything located at that time.
And indeed, Mr. Arthur concluded that the cigarette lighter was old and had been discarded a long time prior to the fire. Have you read that within his report?
Yes, that was his conclusion, yes.
And that's something that we can take up with Mr. Arthur when he gives evidence at a later date. Moving on to the next potential cause that he has considered, he says there was no evidence of debris burning in the area, so therefore not a contributing cause. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
No evidence that equipment had been used in the area, therefore not a contributing cause. Do you agree?
Yes. Yes.
He says there was no evidence of fire play, so meaning juveniles
Yes.
mucking about at the scene, so we can exclude that as a contributing cause.
Yes, correct.
And then, of course, no rail running nearby, so rail is eliminated.
That's correct.
And on his review of lightning strike data, there was no lightning in the area prior to the ignition and time of his investigation to suggest that it was implicated.
Yes, correct.
All right. Can we add to this list, Sergeant, other potential causes that you have been able to exclude in these circumstances? Is it fair to say that after the fire, a number of calls were made to Crime Stoppers with people providing intelligence about certain other people that they say might have been implicated?
Yes, correct.
And were some of the people that you received reports about people who might live in the local area and had previous allegations or even had previously been investigated for starting fires?
Yes, that's correct.
And did you receive intel from other sources, other community sources beyond what you received via Crime Stoppers?
Yes, that's correct.
And was that intel referred to you and your team as the officer in charge of the investigation into the fire?
Yes, it was.
Did you investigate each of those intel pieces that made their way to you?
Yes, I did.
Was there any credible evidence suggesting that any of those you investigated were likely involved in starting the Busby's Flat fire?
No, there was not.
So is it ultimately your opinion that the cause of the fire was unintentional, that is, not deliberately lit?
Yes, correct. I did not come across any evidence to suggest that it was intentionally lit.
In other words, it could have been an accidental
Yes, correct.
cause. All right. Mr. Arthur, in his fire investigation report, suggests that the fire started from steel belting from a wheel landing in dry, crisp grass and leaf matter by the roadside. You're aware that that's his conclusion?
Yes, I am.
And is it a fair summary of your position to say you can see that that's possible, but you can't be definitive that that was the cause of the fire?
Yes, that's accurate. Correct.
All right, I'm just going to have some photos brought up on the screen. These are photos that Mr. Arthur took in the course of his investigation. Firstly, I'm going to ask you to be shown the photographs at page 143 and 142 of the brief, which are said to show a burnout mark on the road at Busby's Flat fire. So firstly, 143, you can see the burnout mark towards the bottom middle of that photo. Can you, Sergeant?
Yes.
Thank you. And then 142 seems to be a close-up. Do you see that?
Yes.
To your knowledge, is there any way to date the age of burnout marks like that, assuming they are burnout marks, on a sealed road like Busby's Flat Road?
Not as far as I'm aware, no.
All right. And you're aware, aren't you, that Mr. Arthur also found rubber at the point of origin that he had determined, which had the appearance of a blown car tyre?
Yes, that's
I'm
correct.
just going to ask you to be shown some of those photographs that he's taken. So page 151 of the brief, Mr. Arthur describes this, refers to a large amount of rubber from a blown tyre found at the point of origin and also to the north and south of the point of origin along the road edge.
Yeah.
Now, that bit of rubber seems to have the appearance of a blown part of a blown tyre. Would you agree with that?
Yes, that's right.
I mean, it's an inexact science from these photos, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
All right. And then we might have a look, please, at page 153 from the brief. And similarly, Mr. Arthur describes this as a piece of tyre tread.
Yes.
This was found 10 metres away from the point of origin, but it certainly has the general appearance of a piece of tyre tread, doesn't it?
Yes, it certainly does.
Okay. Is there any way, to your knowledge, of trying to establish how long this piece of tyre tread and the other pieces of rubber found at the scene might have been there?
No, not as far as I'm aware, no.
And then Mr. Arthur also found some oxidised wire at the point of origin. You're aware of that?
Yes.
Just going to ask those photos to be brought up. Firstly, page 146 of the brief. Do you see he here identifies at the point of origin oxidised wire left as a result of a tyre that had come apart and a section of the steel belt?
Yes, correct.
Now, do you have any expertise in interpreting the what a section of steel belt
No.
and oxidised wire from a tyre or wheel might look like?
No, I don't.
All right, so we might leave that to Mr. Arthur.
Sure, yes.
Mr. Arthur says in his report that he tracked the fire indicators to a point of origin where he happened to find that oxidised wire. So apart from the presence of the wire itself, he's also relying upon the fact that indicators at that point showed that fire started to burn out from the area where the oxidised wire was found. Do you understand that to be the evidence within his report?
Yes, correct.
All right. So he seems to rely on two things. Firstly, the fact that he's tracked the fire to that as the point of origin, and then an accumulation of objects at the scene suggestive of the fire cause.
Yes, that's right.
And again, is it your position that Mr. Arthur's conclusion may well be correct, but you're
Yes.
not in a position to be definitive about the cause of the fire?
That's correct, yes.
I'm just now going to ask you some questions about the ultimate reach of the fire, because Her Honour has heard evidence, including in yesterday's Long Gully Road hearings, about this fire actually reaching the Long Gully Road fire. And that's something you're familiar with because you've been involved in both this fire inquiry and the inquest into the Long Gully fire deaths. Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
Okay. Sergeant, I'm going to have a page from your statement brought up on screen. This is page 86 of the brief, and using the numbers to your statement, it's page 82 of 123. Now, you do give a summary of the line scan images in your report, but for the benefit of those participating from home, can you just explain what we're looking at the 6:35 p.m. line scan on the 8th of October? So at the top of the screen there.
Yeah, sure. So the one at the top is, as you said, 8th of October at 6:35 p.m. It's a line scan, an aerial line scan that's taken, that actually captures both the Long Gully fire and the Busby's Flat fire. So the fire to the left-hand side of that image and encompasses most of the left-hand side of that image is the Long Gully fire that's travelled that same day. It's travelled from the west in an easterly direction, and the fire that you can see on the right-hand half of that image and towards the top of the scan is the Busby's Flat fire. So obviously from the west, it's also travelled in the same direction to the east and actually goes off the edge of that line scan. It continues off to the edge of the right-hand edge of that line scan. So there's a small distance, a small gap in between that Long Gully fire to the west and the western side of the Busby's Flat fire to the east.
And just under 3 hours later, a separate line scan is completed. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And what does that show?
Yeah, so you can sort of see that the wind has changed direction a little bit. So the Long Gully Road fire, which is on the left-hand side of the western side of that image, is now burning a little bit northeasterly, in a northeasterly direction, and that has almost touched and parts of it are touching the western side or the western heel of the Busby's Flat fire to the eastern side of the right-hand side of that image. So this is around the time where the Long Gully fire that was burning to the west travelled far enough east that it joined up with the Busby's Flat fire, or the western side of the Busby's Flat fire.
There are almost 2 fingers of the Long Gully Road fire reaching out, at least to my eye, in that bottom photo, and
That's
reaching
right.
towards the trailing edge of the Busby's Flat bushfire. Is that
That's
fair to
correct.
say? And these fires later merged.
That's right, yes.
These line scans are taken on the 8th of October, which was also the day that the fire reached the village of Ratfield. Is that correct?
Yes, that's right.
I'm just going to ask the sergeant to be shown just a small small map of Ratfield village. And Sergeant, I'm just going to get you to orientate us to some of the matters included in the map. Okay, so we can see in the middle the commercial hotel with the yellow marker and the Ratfield Public School.
Yes.
Firstly, can you just point out the railway line that comes through town?
Yeah, the railway line is the light grey line that runs from the bottom in a bit of a curved sort of a fashion from the bottom to the top, and it actually splits the village of Wrapfill completely in half. So there's the western side where the hotel is, and then there's the eastern side where the school is, and there's houses on both sides of the railway line.
It's only a small town.
Correct, yes.
So if fires actually reach any part of that town, there's potential for nearly the entire town to be threatened. Would
Yes,
that be
that's
fair
correct.
to say?
It's a very small, geographically, it's a very small village, and also population-wise, it's quite a small village, yes.
We understand that from some of the other statements in the brief that one of the locals actually rang the church bell as some sort of alert to others that there was an emergency happening. This map seems to explain how it is that you might be in town and actually be able to hear the church bell.
That's
Would
correct.
you agree?
Yes. Yes, absolutely.
From some of the photos within the brief, we see an old church, but it displays the sign out the front that says "Village Idiot." Are you familiar with the church that I'm talking about?
Yes,
Was that operating as some sort of business, or was it someone's home?
No, it was someone's home. It was a rented house. So it used to be a church. It had been converted into a house, and it was being rented. At the time.
And is that visible on this map to the left-hand side of the Wrapfill Public School?
Yes, correct. So the left-hand side of the Wrapfill Public School, and just south a little bit, very slightly.
Does the Wrapfill Public School sit on Murray Street?
No, it doesn't. Murray Street, I think from memory, is it's the street that church you referred to was on, and I think from memory it runs north to south. So it's the one that runs parallel to the railway line on the eastern side of the railway line.
What about the Wrapfill Community Hall? Is that visible on this map?
No, it's not, but it's on the eastern side of the railway line and to the west of the school. So there's a church to the west of the school. I think it's a Catholic church. I can't be sure, but a church, as in an operating church. And then just to the west of that was the Wrapfill Community Hall, pretty close to the railway line.
Okay. Sergeant, lastly, it might seem remarkable that people on the ground in Wrapfill were able to keep the fire away from the school where so many locals were sheltering during the fire and without any loss of life.
Yes.
What do you attribute that to?
Yeah, I attribute that largely to the obviously a little bit of luck, but significantly to the actions of the fire crews and the sole police officer that was there on that day in both making everyone, while I say it was a small community population-wise, it still had something in the order of 150 or 200 people that reside there. So the actions of the fire crews on the ground and the police officer on the ground at that time, raising awareness, doing what they could to prevent further people entering the township. And then significantly the fire crews in and around the school itself. So we'd come under fairly heavy ember attacks and spot fires around the school, and the actions of the fire crews at that time to extinguish spot fires as they developed and put out ember attacks is in my view what contributed significantly to the positive outcome so far as loss of life goes.
Your Honour, those are my questions for the Sergeant.
Thank you, Sergeant. I'll just see if there's any questions from Ms Woodland.
No questions.
All right, that brings you to the end of your evidence, I think, in these proceedings, Sergeant. So I just want to express my gratitude for your excellent and very thorough work in the investigations you've done, both for the inquests into the deaths of Robert Lindsay and Gwen Hyde, and also the Busby's Flat fire inquiry. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Honour.
Your Honour, Mr Arthur is not available today. Could I invite Your Honour to stand this matter over generally, and we will work to find a time when we might be able to call Mr. Arthur to give his evidence?
Yes, certainly, I do that now.
And then, if it's convenient, Your Honour, what I propose to do is actually open now into the Gulf Road fire, which will be the fire that we inquire into this afternoon. I'm happy to give the opening before the lunch and adjournment and then call the OIC after lunch, if that's convenient.
Yes, that's convenient. Thank you, Ms Ward.
These are the opening submissions for the coronial inquiry into the cause and origin of the Gulf Road fire. The name of the fire comes from the dirt road closest to its suspected area of origin near Emmaville in northern New South Wales. The small town of Emmaville and the village of Torrington to its north are located southwest of Tenterfield. Gulf Road is a long meandering road that starts north of Emmaville and winds its way all the way through to the northwest, where it eventually skirts part of the southern boundary of the Torrington State Conservation Area and crosses Gulf Creek, from which the road presumably takes its name. This is illustrated, Your Honour, in the map that's now on the screen, taken from page 163 of the brief. The conservation area is in the darker green. Your Honour will see Emmaville shown to the southeast, so it's towards the bottom right of the map. And then Torrington to the northeast of that. And again, that's towards the bottom right of the map, just south of the Thunderbolts Lookout. The red pin on this map represents the likely area of origin for the fire. It's an estimate. Your Honour, from my review of the maps that are available online, it appears that Gulf Road peters out somewhat to the west of the Torrington State Conservation Area, although locals may say that there are other tracks available for those in the know. But just going from the maps available to me online, it seems that it does peter out towards that area. So the point that I'm making here is that Gulf Road is not the type of road that typically sees through traffic. So we draw the distinction to, say, Busby's Flat Road, which we've just heard about. This is beautiful but rugged and remote country. I'll return to the relevance of that observation shortly, but in the meantime, note that the Gulf Road fire ultimately burned for 5 weeks, predominantly within the Tenterfield Shire, but also extending into the neighbouring Glen Innes local government area. The Tenterfield Shire is encompassed within the lands of the Jukumbul, Kamilaroi and the Bundjalung people, and Glen Innes within the lands of the Nurrabull people. The fire ultimately burnt over 74,000 hectares of public and private land, roughly comprised of 41,000 hectares of private land and close to 30,000 hectares of national park and 1,600 hectares of state forest. Dozens of buildings and structures were impacted, including 27 homes damaged or destroyed in Torrington, Emmaville, Silent Grove and Jumoresque Valley. The most severely impacted of those communities, being Torrington, was home to about 100 people and they lost 16 residences with other buildings partially damaged. This is a very significant scale of loss for such a small community. The additional loss of livelihoods resulting from the impact of the fire on stock and feed cannot be overstated for the region, which is heavily dependent on agriculture. Similarly, there was a terrible loss in terms of native flora and fauna, which will never be quantified. Fortunately, however, no loss of human life occurred in connection with this fire. Given that the scope of issues to be considered today is limited to the cause of the Gulf Road fire and its area of origin, the court will hear oral evidence from the officer in charge of the investigation, Detective Senior Constable Nicole Ramsey, explaining the steps taken in the course of her cause and origin investigation. In addition to the oral evidence from Detective Senior Constable Ramsey, the court will have the benefit of witness statements and other documentary evidence contained within the brief from the people directly involved in the fire and the investigation that followed. This includes footage and photographs, some of which will be played in court in the course of these opening submissions, and otherwise included within the brief that I will tender into evidence shortly. Again, Your Honour, I want to specifically place this hearing into context. As the court has heard previously over the last 2 days, firefighting resources across the state were stretched during an unprecedented 2019-2020 bushfire season. Firefighting activities during the season relied on the contribution of multiple agencies, and the Gulf Road fire was no exception. The Rural Fire Service, Fire and Rescue New South Wales, the National Parks and Wildlife Service, the Forestry Corporation, and indeed Forest Fire Management Victoria and crews from as far away as Queensland contributed to fighting this fire. Very importantly, members of the community all played their own part, some of them as part of the volunteer Rural Fire Service, but others just doing what they do, private citizens in a private capacity fighting their patch of this fire. Your Honour, there are a range of views within the brief as to the adequacy of the response to this fire and questions asked as to whether more could have been done earlier in order to try and prevent the fire spreading from a remote point of origin and ultimately impacting on Torrington in particular. At least early in the life of this fire, this would necessarily have involved the use of aerial firefighting resources, such as helicopters or fixed wing tankers, because of the location where the fire commenced. I'll briefly put this specific fire inquiry into context. This is just the second day of hearings that will extend across the next 4 weeks as Your Honour investigates certain fires and tragically certain deaths that occurred in the northern region of the state across the 2019-2020 Black Summer bushfire season. Hearings into the cause and origin of fires in the southern region of the state were held last year. Later hearings focused upon the cause and origin of fires in the central region of the state will take place in May and June this year. Once the court has completed all cause and origin hearings for fires across New South Wales, the court will review evidence and issues raised in each matter and determine which issues will proceed to further and more detailed consideration through representative case studies. So, Your Honour, only a small number of fires will proceed to that type of hearing, but they will be fires thought to highlight common themes raised by people involved in firefighting efforts across the state. The hearing into representative case studies will occur at this court commencing the 5th of September this year. Anyone who seeks more details can watch the opening submissions by counsel assisting, given on the 25th of August 2021, via links available on the Coroners Court website. And there's also other important information available on the website. Fire ignition and progression of the Gulf Road fire. The Gulf Road fire is believed to have been caused by a lightning strike in a remote area of bushland just west of the Torrington State Conservation Area. Ultimately, of course, it's a matter for Your Honour to determine, if you are able to do so, the area of origin based on the evidence before the court. The landscape of the presumed area of origin is rugged granite bushland with valleys and gullies and mountains. Large portions of the area are not generally utilised by or accessible to members of the public, but there are a number of surrounding isolated rural properties. The suspected area of origin of the fire is approximately 26 kilometres northwest of the township of Emmaville and approximately the same distance from the township of Torrington. This is presumably as the crow flies. The remoteness and the vegetation of the area is depicted in the satellite image that will shortly come up on screen, representing the suspected area of origin, which is indicated by a red marker. This is an image taken from the brief at page 162. So Your Honour can see there how remote the region is. And Your Honour can also see to the bottom of that photo at the centre, something that I'll ask the OIC to identify because it may well be relevant to the examination of the cause and origin. The next image that's going to come up on screen is from page 164 of the brief. And again, it shows the suspected area of origin, but from a higher viewpoint, so that Your Honour can see the village of Torrington located to the bottom right-hand side of the screen. Unfortunately, Your Honour, neither the Rural Fire Service nor the Forensic Evidence and Technical Services Command of the New South Wales Police conducted a forensic examination of the suspected area of origin for the Gulf Road fire, either at the time that it ignited or shortly thereafter. This is one of very many fires burning across the northern region of the state, starting in, we suspect starting in late August, and continuing for months. Through the course of the matters already heard this week, the court is aware, for instance, that 7 and 8 October 2019 were very dangerous days across large parts of the northern region when conditions deteriorated and numerous fires flared up and took runs that destroyed many, many residences and sadly several lives. So resources were stretched very thin and the Rural Fire Service were apparently unable to send out a fire investigator to every fire. There was no cause and origin investigation of the Gulf Road fire. Similarly, New South Wales Police did not conduct a cause and origin investigation until some months after the fire in circumstances that Detective Senior Constable Nicole Ramsey will shortly address. It was not until September 2020, so almost 11 months after the fire, that Detective Senior Constable Ramsey, along with colleagues out of Glen Innes, were asked to travel to the suspected area of origin. By this time, there had been regeneration in the surrounding area as a result of some rain and the passage of time. As a result, Your Honour, the primary source of evidence concerning the cause and origin of the Gulf Road fire comes from an eyewitness account. It is fortunate that I anticipate being able to ultimately submit to Your Honour that the account given by that witness, that's Mr. Robert Overmars, is both credible and corroborated. A fire starts. On 26 October 2019, Mr. Overmars was at home on Gulf Road, Emmaville, when he saw a storm developing to the northwest of an airstrip or runway on his property. At about 5 p.m, he saw a cloud-to-ground lightning strike on nearby Trap Mountain, northwest of his runway. He says in his statement to the court that about 3 to 4 seconds later he heard thunder, and he estimated the distance of the lightning strike to be between 1 to 1.5 k's northwest of his home. Detective Senior Constable Ramsey later obtained lightning strike data for the relevant area across the period 20 October 2019 to 28 October 2019. But on first review, this did not show lightning strikes at the relevant time reported by Mr Overmars, that is around 5 p.m. on 26 October. I anticipate Your Honour will hear that this struck Detective Senior Constable Ramsey as unusual because she formed the view that Mr Overmars was a reliable witness. Your Honour, later lightning strike data was obtained from the RFS, and this set of data did corroborate Mr Overmars' account in circumstances that will be briefly explored with Detective Senior Constable Ramsey in her evidence. The area where the lightning strike occurred is rough granite terrain containing large boulders and dry bushland. It's generally inaccessible by foot or vehicle. Some of the landscape is depicted in these photographs, which were later taken by police with the assistance of Mr Overmars at the suspected area of origin of the fire. Your Honour, these are the photos contained within the brief at page 158 to 161, and I'm having them played in court through the opening because although they record the area that we hypothesise represents the general area of origin, they were taken at such a time after the fire ignition that there's no utility in attempting to conduct a forensic examination of the scene at this stage, and certainly not through the photos being played in court. So this, along with the general remoteness of the area, might be thought to go some way to explaining how a lightning strike on 26 October generated a fire that was not visible until the next day. Throughout the night of 26 October 2019, Mr Overmars and his wife Winnie smelt fresh bushfire smoke, but they were unsure whether it was coming from a new fire or one of the many other bushfires burning in the region at that time. The smoke was then only intermittent and very light. The following day, 27 October 2019, the Overmars had friends over for lunch. At around 1:30 p.m, they saw a plane fly over the runway on their property and circle the area where Mr Overmars had observed the lightning strike the previous day. A short time later, they saw smoke coming from that area. At around 2 p.m, the group at lunch noticed the smoke smell was stronger and fresher than it had been. Mr Overmars and his friend went to the end of the runway where they saw a wispy column of smoke coming from the same area as the lightning strike. In a video statement to police, Mr Overmars identifies the location on his property where the smoke was coming from and its distance from his home. And if it's convenient to Your Honour, I was going to play that short extract from his recorded video now.
Just where we're standing here, I'll just get you to walk, if you can, to pretty much the direction where you saw the lightning strike. And Nicole will follow you. Is that right?
Yeah.
Just out past your water tank there. If you can just show us there, yeah.
Yep.
So whereabouts, Robert?
Straight out in that direction.
Okay.
You may see like our
Behind you.
line of our runway
Yep.
through here. That's actually the line of the runway. So the line from here to the direction of the lightning strike was probably about 15 to 20 degrees off the line of the runway. So out here, like
That way.
the runway orientation is 330 degrees.
Yep.
So we were further around. So the lightning strike was probably about 300 degrees from where we're standing here.
And what distance did you put it at with your calculation?
Roughly between 1,000 to 1,400 metres.
Okay.
All right, well, the time by my watch is now 11:15 a.m. That concludes your electronic statement at this stage in relation to what we've spoken about. After the camera is turned off, we're going to try and get a GPS coordinate as close as we can to where you think that lightning hit that tree or that particular area.
Sure.
Thanks.
And Your Honour will see from within the brief that indeed, as suggested by the officer on the video, one of the police officers then walked with Mr Overmars to the suspected area and they took that GPS reading, and that's contained within the brief. Moving back to the chronology of what happened on the day, Mr Overmars and his friend continued to monitor the situation. They noticed the smoke thicken but did not see any fire. They returned to the house and Mr Overmars rang the Rural Fire Service at Glen Innes to report the situation. This direct call did not go via 000, so Your Honour will see that it is not included in the log of 000 calls within the brief, but for that reason, it was a direct call to the RFS. Mr Overmars says he was asked to provide a photograph of the situation, so he and his wife went down to a vantage point at Beardy River and took some photographs, which they then sent, at least one of those photographs through to the RFS at Armidale at 3:21. We're just going to play in court now the photographs that the Overmars took from their vantage point at Beardy River. These are the photographs contained at page 154 through to page 156 of the brief. Mr Overmars also informed the RFS that there was a large dam on his property from which water could be drawn, and not long after that he contacted the National Parks and Wildlife Service to alert them to the fire and to request resources. At around 5 p.m. on 27 October 2019, so that's about 24 hours after he saw the lightning strike on Trap Mountain, Mr Overmars saw a helicopter approaching the area and thought it had arrived to drop water on the fire, but it did not. Mr Overmars continued to stress the need for resources to prevent the fire from spreading. He estimated that the fire was about 20 hectares in size at that point and that it was burning in a northeasterly direction. The first call via 000 was received at about this time, so 5 p.m. on 27 October. The caller reported a fire 20 kilometres south of Bonshaw over the Beardy River Bridge on Gulf Road. This largely corroborated the location identified by Mr Overmars. I'm now going to have a fire progression map drawn from page 37 of the brief displayed on the screen. This shows the Gulf Road fire to the west and another fire burning near Silent Grove to the north of the Torrington State Conservation Area. Your Honour, the Gulf Road fire would eventually reach up to and overrun the footprint of that other fire. According to Mr Overmars, at around 7 p.m, an RFS crew attended the Overmars property and indicated that it would be helpful with fire suppression if he could clear a containment line on his property. He did so and tells the court that as he was working, the fire was burning to his left and two small spot fires started on his right. After dark, an additional RFS crew arrived, but the wind had abated and the fire was calm. The crew left soon after. The next day, 28 October 2019, RFS ground crews returned to his property in the morning and Mr Overmars continued the clearing work on his property. He managed to build more fire trails about 3 kilometres to the northeast and to the west. Moving to fire progression over coming days. From the RFS perspective, the fire continued to be controlled for the first week. It was spreading, but not rapidly or in an area that would put communities at risk. Individual owners were losing land to the flames and the fire was moving through the conservation area in a generally easterly or northeasterly direction. This rate of spread is roughly indicated in the fire progression map for 30 October and 1 November, which are now going to be shown on screen. So this is the first map for 30 October, set out at page 39 of the brief. And then when we turn to the fire progression map for the next day, Your Honour can see the fire progressing through the conservation area. Your Honour, the situation worsened on 7 November as weather conditions deteriorated. The fire broke containment and was reauthorised as going, threatening local communities. The RFS conducted a community meeting at the Torrington Fire Station as the town braced for impact. About 40 residents attended and, following that, strike teams began door-knocking residents in the western part of town. Firefighting efforts extended well into the night as the focus shifted away from direct attack and towards asset protection. By 11:45 p.m. on 7 November 2019, the Gulf Road fire had burned an estimated 13,387 hectares of land. On the morning of 8 November, conditions worsened still in the Emmaville and Torrington areas, as in many other northern parts of the state. At Glen Innes Airport, the nearest weather observations available, but still some 40 kilometres from the township of Torrington, temperatures reached 29 degrees Celsius from 2 to 4 p.m. This is not a particularly high temperature, but it came with 9 to 11% humidity and west-northwest winds gusting at 70 kilometres per hour, so gale force strength. Powerful westerly winds fanned the fire. At Silent Grove, one home was alight and an ember attack was affecting the neighbouring property. At Stanham, the fire was spotting. And this was the fateful day when the fire tore through Torrington, resulting in the damage and destruction to which I earlier referred. Your Honour will see fire progression mapping in the brief, which shows the extent to which the fire escalated from 7 to 8 November. So page 41 of the brief shows the mapping as at 7 November. And then page 42 shows that by 5:03 p.m. on 8 November, the Gulf Road fire had burned close to 35,000 hectares of land, an increase of over 150% from the night before. On 11 November 2019, police officers led by Detective Sergeant Loon canvassed properties in Torrington. They must have been worried that some of the people that they were trying to reach would have perished during the fire, but thankfully they were able to account for everyone. Over the next 2 weeks, firefighting crews worked to contain the fire through backburning, blacking out, establishing new containment lines and aerial attack, and no doubt private crews were also doing all they could to suppress the fire on private property. It wasn't until 28 and 29 November, when a large storm brought much needed rain to the area, that the fire was extinguished. The Gulf Road fire was declared out on the 30th of November 29, but this didn't mean that there wasn't still fire about. Mr. Overmars, for instance, states that they had fire on their property in hollow trees and smouldering tree stumps right up until Christmas 2019. So at page 44 of the brief, Your Honour will see a representation of the total area burned by the Gulf Road fire. The effects of the Gulf Road fire were felt by residents long after it was declared out. Some people lost their homes and or their livelihoods. Commercial quantities of feed and stock, including cattle, sheep, deer and goats, were destroyed. Some in the community will take a long time to recover and to adjust to the world post-fire. Two of the properties that were lost in Torrington will now be displayed in court via the photographs taken by New South Wales Police. These are photographs contained at page 165 and 166 of the Coronial brief. Your Honour, these photos were taken on 22 January 2020, over 2.5 months since the fire. Burnt trees remain, but also some trees are visible that were largely untouched, and there is some greenery slowly returning to the landscape. With the benefit of hindsight, the court knows that by the date of these photos, 22 January 2020, COVID had just arrived in Australia and was about to unleash another natural disaster on all of us. So those people who had lost their homes in the Gulf Road fire, like so many others across the state, had to shelter during the 2020 lockdown in make-do accommodation, whether with family or friends, or in caravans or tents or sheds on their property, or in other rental accommodation. COVID, of course, has also impacted upon the way this hearing has been conducted. The court has been unable to travel to the scene of this fire or to the village of Torrington in ways that we might have hoped. And COVID has prevented these series of bushfire hearings from being conducted on country or at least in regional centres. Your Honour, in these circumstances, the photos and footage and witness statements within the brief that I will now tender become even more important in trying to explain what happened with the Gulf Road fire. So, Your Honour, I tender the coronial brief of evidence for the Gulf Road fire, which I understand should be marked Exhibit 30A.
Thank you, Ms Ward. I do that now.
And I'm sorry I've gone over time, Your Honour. But the first witness after lunch will be Detective Senior Constable Nicole Ramsey.
All right, we'll adjourn now for lunch and resume at 2:10 past 2.
resumed.
Ms Ward.
Your Honour, I call Nicole Ramsey.
Detective Senior Constable Ramsey, can you see and hear us well?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Can you see and hear us here in the court?
Ramsey.
Sounds like a delay. We're just going to fix this technical problem. Constable Ramsey, can you see and hear us well? Would you mind turning the YouTube off if you've got that on?
I think that's
Please.
fixed it.
That's fixed it. All right. You'll just hear from the court officer now.
Silence, please. Do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, please say I do.
I do.
Thank you. Ms Ward.
Thank you, Your Honour. Would you state your name, rank and station?
Nicole Ramsey, Detective Senior Constable, attached to Glen Innes Detectives.
And Detective, are you the officer in charge of the Coronial inquiry investigation into the Gulf Road fire?
I am.
In that capacity, have you provided a statement to the court signed on the 30th of October 2020?
I have.
Before I take you to some parts of that statement, Detective, I'm going to ask for your help in orientating the court to a Google map. It's not contained within the brief, but we're going to have it brought up on screen and get you to talk us through this map. It's similar to some that are contained within the brief. Can you see that on screen, Detective?
It's a bit blurry, but for the most part, yes.
All right. If you can't see it clearly enough, just say so. Are you able to see to the top left-hand corner of the screen a pin for 3133 Gulf Road?
Yes.
Right. And is that the property which you attended for the purposes of your cause and origin investigation in 2020?
Yes, that's correct.
And then do you see on the screen in front of you towards the bottom centre of the screen the village of Emerville?
Yes.
Okay. Could you explain to Her Honour how big is Emerville and what's there?
Emerville is probably a town of maybe 350 people. There's a post office, a small service station, a swimming pool, caravan park, primary school, and just a lot of dense bushland surrounding it.
All right, and then to the northeast of Emerville is the village of Torrington, is that right?
That's correct.
And could you explain to Her Honour how big Torrington is?
It's quite small. There's probably only 100 so people. It's got a small community hall next to a park with a public toilet, and I believe there's a small caravan park there as well.
So we understand that Torrington lost at least 16 residences impacted by this Gulf Road fire. That must have an enormous impact in a village of that size.
It really does. It impacts the whole community.
Although not evident from that map that was just on screen, can you just tell us where you, stationed with Glen Innes Detectives, where Glen Innes is in relation to Emerville and Torrington?
So we're about 35 kilometres south of Emerville. It takes probably about 40 minutes, 30 to 40 minutes to get out there because it's quite a windy road. It's still bitumen to get to Emerville. And then Emerville through to Torrington is another maybe 30 minutes. Half the road's sealed and half of it's dirt. Once you reach the Tenterfield Shire from the Glen Innes Shire, it goes into a dirt road.
Very well. Although not evident on that map, is it fair to say that Gulf Road starts north of the township of Emerville, and it heads out towards the northwest and eventually comes along the southern boundary of the Torrington State Conservation Area.
That's correct.
And is Gulf Road sealed for part of the way and unsealed for other parts?
That's correct. Majority would be unsealed.
And certainly that section of Gulf Road upon which the property at 3133 is located is unsealed. Is that right?
Yeah, that's correct.
And is that property the last property along Gulf Road, or are there other more remote properties scattered along the road?
There's remote properties leading up to the end of the road, and the road ends at Mr. Overmar's gate.
Okay, thank you. Would it be fair to say, Detective, that the remoteness of that location out on Gulf Road might explain how it is that signs of the fire were not observed until some 19 hours after it was suspected to have commenced?
Definitely.
I'm going to ask you to have a look at a photo that will come up on screen that was played early this morning or earlier today through the opening. And it's a photo taken from page 154 of the brief. And I just want you to explain to Her Honour what it shows and how you came into possession of that photo. So if we could please have page 154 brought up on screen. All right. Can you see that, Detective Senior
Yes.
Constable, on your screen? All
Yes.
right. Can you explain to Her Honour what that image shows?
It's the runway from Mr. Overmar's property that he took the photo of when the fire started to take off.
All right. And did Mr. Overmars provide that to you during your cause and origin investigation?
He did.
Does this demonstrate, at least in some small way, how remote the Overmars property is?
I don't think it quite demonstrates how remote it is. It's extremely remote.
And is this one of the photos that you understand the Overmars took on the day that the fire first became visible to them so that they could provide it to the Rural Fire Service?
Yes.
We'll return to that shortly. Detective, I want to now ask you some questions just about the circumstances of your cause and origin investigation. Would you agree that there's been no Rural Fire Service cause and origin investigation into the Gulf Road fire?
That's correct.
And nor have the specific forensic team within New South Wales Police, known as FETS, conducted a cause and origin investigation in this matter. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
FETS may well have been involved in order to assess and record information about damaged and destroyed properties in the aftermath of the fire, but they've not specifically sought to identify its area of origin. Is that fair to say?
That's correct.
And your investigation itself commenced some months after the fire started, is that right?
Yes.
Do you know why it is that you were tasked to investigate the cause and origin of the fire some months after it had started?
So Emerville is covered by Glen Innes detectives, so that's why I was tasked with the investigation.
And do you know why it is that it took some months for the investigation to be tasked to you? And if you don't know, say so.
Yep. Originally, we were told that if a bushfire didn't have a suspicious origin or somebody seriously injured or killed, we weren't going to be investigating them to a coronial level due to the amount of bushfires that we had at the time.
So partly a resourcing matter, given the need to triage investigating resources to other fires first.
That's correct.
By the time that you came into the Gulf Road fire and conducted a view of the Overmars property, it was almost, I think, 11 months after the fire had commenced. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And is it the case that a scene investigation was not going to be particularly useful so long after the event?
No, after nearly a year, there was regrowth and a lot of change.
So whatever cause and origin indicators might have once been evident would presumably have degraded through exposure to the elements and the passage of time. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
You were one of the police officers who attended the Overmars property in 2020 in the course of your investigation. Is that right?
That's correct.
Mr. Overmars gave you an account of having seen a storm late in the afternoon the day before the fire first became visible. Is that right?
That's correct.
And that placed the storm as having occurred sometime around 5 p.m. on the 26th of October 2019. Is that right?
That's correct.
Did you then walk with Mr. Overmars to what he had identified as the potential area of origin for the fire, or was it a colleague of yours that conducted that exercise?
It was a colleague. He got on a quad bike with Mr. Overmars and they were gone for a period of about 20 minutes.
They took some photographs at the scene, did they not?
They did.
All right, I'm going to just ask for one of those photographs to be brought up on screen. Your Honour, this is at page 158 of the brief.
Thank you.
Do you recognise that photograph, Constable?
Yes, Senior Constable Tabib took that photograph.
And that's at a point that Mr. Overmars had identified as a potential area of origin for the fire based upon his observation of the lightning and hearing the thunder after he saw the lightning strike. Is that right?
That's correct.
And again, is it fair to say from looking at this photo, there was nothing obvious to your colleague at the scene so long after the event that might establish lightning strike in the general area?
That's correct.
Mr. Overmars provided a account to New South Wales Police in which he said that they saw his wife and he and some friends saw smoke the following day after he had seen the lightning strike. Is that right?
That's correct.
And this was something that he reported directly to the Rural Fire Service rather than 000?
Yes, we have a large RFS centre in Glen Innes. It's one of the state headquarters.
Right. And did that account from Mr. Overmars prompt you to obtain some lightning strike data?
That's correct.
Is it fair to say that on your first read through of that lightning strike data, it showed lightning in the area as reported by Mr. Overmars, but much earlier in the day than he had suggested as the time that he observed the lightning?
Yes, that's correct. It showed around 6 a.m.
And did that strike you as unusual?
It did.
And why is that?
He just he didn't seem to be untruthful in any of his evidence that he was providing to us, and I was really quite surprised that the lightning data didn't marry up with his account of events.
Have you since then been able to review further additional lightning strike data?
Yes, the original data was actually UTC time, Universal Time, and the revised data was Australian Eastern Standard Time, which puts it around the 5 p.m. mark.
All right, well, I'm going to ask for some documents that have been produced by the Rural Fire Service to be brought up on the screen, just because they neatly encapsulate what you've just told us, Detective. So if page 12-8 could be brought up, please. Are you able to see that document, Detective?
I can't discern it, but I've got the document
Okay,
myself.
very well. You should have a document there that bears in the bottom right-hand corner red lettering or red numbering 102-8. Do you have that?
That's correct. Yes,
And you've seen that document before, haven't you?
I have.
Does it, well, can you explain to Her Honour how that document assists your understanding of when the lightning strike data has actually recorded lightning strikes in the vicinity of the Gulf Road fire?
So the data ID number and the ID number refer to a point on the maps that are attached to these. And then the timestamp is UTC, which is underlined, and it has 0621 for the first one, latitude and longitude, and then across at the end, it's got the timestamp at Australian Eastern Standard Time.
So
At
does
17:21.
does UTC stand for Universal Time Coordinated?
Yes,
And this table seems to show 7 lightning strikes recorded in the vicinity of Gulf Road on the 26th of October 2019. Is that right?
that's correct.
And when one converts the timestamp from Universal Time Coordinated through to Australian Eastern Daylight Time, it seems this document seems to record lightning strikes commencing at around 1705 and extending through to 1721. Is that a fair summary?
Yes,
And that broadly fits Mr. Overmar's evidence of having observed lightning strike in the region at around 5 p.m. Is that fair to say?
yes, that's correct.
All right. In your answer, you've referred to some of the maps that are also attached to this document. Can I ask you to turn up Detective page 102-7, and I'll also have that brought up on the screen in court.
Yes,
Detective, do you have there figure 5? It says down the bottom, fire progression mapping for 27/10/2019.
yes, that's correct. 102-7.
Good. Can you explain to Her Honour what's depicted on this page?
So Gulf Road leads up to a dead end where there's a small fire symbol. That's the point of origin as established by the RFS. And the small yellow circles are the lightning strikes with a ID number next to them, which then corresponds to the table.
So if we take the ID number contained in the table on page 102-8, we can actually plot the 7 recorded lightning strikes contained within that table.
That's correct.
All right. Now, none of those plotted lightning strikes match neatly against the location of the Gulf Road fire. Would you agree with that?
I'd agree with that.
You've said that the Gulf Road fire emblem, I withdraw that the icon on that map shows the point of origin of the fire as determined by the Rural Fire Service.
Yes,
It's the case, isn't it, that this fire progression mapping also shows the extent of the fire as at that particular point in time, being 1757-37.
that's correct.
So although there is no specific Rural Fire Service cause and origin investigation, we have here early evidence of RFS fire progression mapping demonstrating that the fire must have started somewhere towards the end of Gulf Road.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, Detective, you don't claim any specialised expertise in cause and origin investigation as a fire
No.
scientist.
No.
But given the evidence of Mr. Overmar having observed a lightning strike to Trap Mountain, which is broadly corroborated by the lightning strike data here, at least the time of the lightning strike, if not a neat overlap of a strike to the specific area in which the Gulf Road fire is progressing according to this map, does that suggest to you that the fire is likely to have been caused by the lightning strike that he observed?
Yes.
It's important, isn't it, to also exclude other potential causes of the fire, even if they seem somewhat fanciful in the circumstances of the location involved for Gulf Road?
Definitely.
All right, I'll just take you through then some of those other causes. Firstly, were there any power lines present from your review of the photos of the potential area of origin that might be implicated in a cause of fire?
No.
And was there any evidence of campfires in the generalised area of origin?
No.
One of the things that fire investigators frequently consider as a potential cause of any fire is smoking. Any evidence of smoking in that general area, accepting that you didn't inspect, but a colleague of yours did?
There was no evidence of that.
And again, we're talking about an exceptionally remote area.
Exceptionally remote area.
You're not going to have passers-by lost on their
No.
way to another property.
No, the road ends at Mr. Overmar's gate, which he keeps locked, so people can't get through with bikes and cars and so forth.
All right. Can Her Honour also exclude the possibility that the fire was caused as a result of equipment being used in the area?
Yes.
And exclude the possibility of juvenile fire play in the area?
Yes.
And lastly, obviously exclude the possibility of the fire being caused by rail infrastructure?
Yes.
Your Honour, those are my questions for the detective.
Yes, I'll just see if there's any other questions, Detective. Ms. Woodland?
No questions, Your Honour.
Thank you very much, Detective, for your investigation and the evidence you've given today. It's been very useful and you're excused. Thank you.
Thank you.
Your Honour, that concludes the evidence in today's hearing into the cause and origin of the Gulf Road fire. Your Honour has the benefit of the documentary material contained within Exhibit 30A. Your Honour has also heard this afternoon the oral testimony from Detective Senior Constable Nicole Ramsey. At a later stage in Your Honour's inquiry into the 2019-2020 bushfire season, those assisting Your Honour will formally address the court in relation to the cause and origin of the Gulf Road fire. In that regard, I can foreshadow that a formal submission is likely to be made that A, the area of origin of the fire was a remote area of bushland on a private property at 3133 Gulf Road, Emerville, known as Trap Mountain. And B, the cause of the fire was a lightning strike on 26 October 2019 at approximately 5 p.m. Your Honour, can I then provide an update as to the matters listed for tomorrow? The fire inquiry into the Mile Creek Road fire was listed, but I'm going to invite Your Honour to formally vacate the listing of that matter in these circumstances. The team assisting Your Honour was contacted earlier today by one of the solicitors appearing for one of the interested parties in the matter, explaining that that solicitor was personally caught up in the flooding emergency in Lismore and was going to be unlikely to be able to appear tomorrow, and was going to seek formal instructions from his clients, who were not, so far as we know, directly affected personally, but were affected to the extent that everyone in Lismore is affected by all sorts of problems, including uncertain power supply, and also a proposal that they would attend the solicitor's office to give evidence. We've tried to contact that solicitor again this afternoon and haven't been able to, but that's perhaps understandable in the circumstances. It's no criticism of anyone involved. We understand that things must be very difficult on the ground up there, and indeed we've had other witnesses who are not flooded themselves but who are prevented because of the flooding from getting to other parts of town, and who say that they've got electricity today, but that's no guarantee that they'll be available tomorrow if electricity goes down. So, Your Honour, we've made the call, if you like, if Your Honour agrees with this proposal, that for the sake of certainty, we won't even try to run the Mile Creek Road hearing tomorrow. The RFS needed to have arrangements in place to assist their witnesses, and we've asked them to stand, or suggested that they stand down. They've done so. So even though there's no formal application being made on behalf of one of the interested parties, I'll make a formal application on behalf of the council assisting team and just suggest that the Mile Creek Road matter be adjourned. It'll be adjourned to a date to be fixed, hopefully within the next month. But we will need to liaise with the other parties and the witnesses involved to come up with a suitable date. But I do that just so that everyone has some certainty and people aren't thinking that there's a half chance that the Mile Creek Road hearing will run tomorrow, only to find that it doesn't.
Yes, Ms Ward, I do formally vacate the Mile Creek Road inquiry tomorrow, and I adjourn that to a date to be fixed.
So, Your Honour, the hearings then would resume on Friday of this week at 10 a.m. for the Coronial inquiry into the Washpool fire.
Thank you. Unless anyone wishes to be heard, we will adjourn today and resume at 10 a.m. on Friday. Thank you.